Welcome. You find your way here to this quiet place, and that's exactly where you need to be right now. This is a story about stillness, about watching, about people who chose to live in small cabins perched on mountaintops, far from the noise of the world below. If you fall asleep while listening, that's perfectly fine. In fact, it's encouraged. There's no test at the end, no urgent information you must retain. This is simply a gentle journey through history, through forests, through the lives of those who watched over the wilderness. Let me tell you about fire lookouts. Imagine a small cabin, perhaps 14 feet square, sitting atop a tall wooden tower. The tower rises 60, 70, sometimes 100 feet into the air, placing that cabin above the tallest trees. Inside lives a person, just one person, usually, whose job is beautifully simple and endlessly complex: to watch, to look at the forest, at the mountains, at the valleys spreading out in every direction, and to search for smoke. Not billowing clouds of smoke, not raging infernos, just the first thin thread of gray rising above the green, a whisper of trouble before it becomes a scream. For much of the 20th century, these watchers were the eyes of the forest. Before satellites, before aircraft patrols became common, before computers could detect heat signatures from space, there were people. People with binoculars and maps, with patience and solitude, living in places so remote that their closest neighbor might be another lookout tower 15 miles away across a ridgeline. Think about your life right now. The notifications, the traffic, the appointments and deadlines, and constant hum of activity. Now set all of that aside. Imagine instead that your entire world is a view from 4 windows: north, south, east, west, and your entire job is to pay attention, to notice, to sit with the silence and the wind and the changing light, hour after hour, day after day. This is the world we're entering together. Picture it now. Early morning on a mountaintop. The sun hasn't yet cleared the eastern peaks, but the sky is brightening, turning from deep purple to soft pink to pale gold. The fire lookout tower stands as a dark silhouette against this gentle dawn, a geometric shape of vertical lines and horizontal platforms, looking almost delicate from a distance, despite its sturdy construction. The air is thin and cold up here. Down in the valleys, the towns are still sleeping, but the lookout has already climbed the tower stairs, 50, 60, 70 steps spiraling upward around the central structure. The metal steps ring softly under their boots. At the top, they unlock the cabin door, step inside, and begin another day of watching. The cabin is small enough that you can touch opposite walls if you stretch your arms wide. There's a bed, a small stove, a desk with maps and logbooks, and the Osborne firefinder, a circular device in the center of the room used to pinpoint the location of any smoke. But mostly, there are windows. Windows on all four sides, wrapping around the cabin, offering an unobstructed view of thousands of square miles of forest. The silence up here is profound, not the silence of an empty room, but the silence of wilderness, filled with wind moving through pine needles, with the occasional call of a raven, with the creaking of the tower in a gust of breeze. It's the kind of silence that makes you notice your own breathing, your own heartbeat. This is where our story lives, not in the dramatic moments of fighting fires, but in the watching, in the long, quiet hours when nothing happens except the slow wheel of the sun across the sky and the patient observation of one person who chose this peculiar form of solitude. Fire lookouts existed for a simple reason. Forests catch fire, and catching those fires early saves lives, saves homes, saves the forest itself. Before a fire becomes unstoppable, there's a moment when it's just beginning. A lightning strike, a careless campfire, a spark from a distant source. In that early moment, there's only a small plume of smoke. That's when it can be stopped. And the people who spotted those first signs were the watchers in the towers. We'll explore their world together, slowly, without rush. Let yourself settle in. Let the image of that mountaintop cabin stay with you as we continue. There's nowhere you need to be but here. In the beginning, people simply climbed trees. Before there were towers, before there were organized systems, there were individuals who understood that height offered perspective. A forest ranger might shimmy up a tall pine, find a sturdy branch, and spend hours scanning the horizon for smoke. It was uncomfortable, precarious work, but it worked. From up there, you could see what remained invisible from the ground. The faint haze of a distant fire, the telltale calm rising above a ridgeline. As the years passed, these informal arrangements became more deliberate. Simple platforms were built in the tallest trees, then crude wooden structures on high points, little more than a platform with a railing. Then came the towers themselves, purpose-built, engineered to lift a person in a small shelter above the forest canopy, above the peaks of hills, into the clear air where vision extended for miles. This transformation happened gradually, across decades, driven by a simple truth. The forests were valuable, and they were vulnerable. In 1910, a series of wildfires swept across the northern Rocky Mountains, burning millions of acres across Idaho, Montana, and Washington. The fires were so vast that smoke darkened skies as far away as New York. This event became known as the Big Blow Up, and it changed how the United States thought about fire management. After 1910, the decision was made. The forests needed watchers, organized, trained, stationed at strategic points across the landscape. And so the towers began to rise, Through the 1910s and 20s, and especially during the 1930s, fire lookout towers multiplied across the country. Many were built by the Civilian Conservation Corps, young men employed during the Great Depression to work on public lands, building trails and bridges and campgrounds, and yes, these solitary towers on mountaintops. They carried materials up steep slopes, sometimes by mule, sometimes on their backs. They mixed concrete for foundations, bolted together steel frames, hauled up lumber for the cabins. Each tower was a small monument to patience and physical labor. At the system's peak, there were thousands of these towers scattered across North America. Thousands of small cabins, thousands of watchers, forming an invisible network of vigilance. Let's take a slow tour of this world, moving from place to place, imagining the variety of landscapes where these towers stood. In the western United States, towers crown the highest peaks of the Cascade Range, the Sierra Nevada, the Rocky Mountains. Some sat above 10,000 feet, where the air was so thin that climbing the tower stairs left you breathless. Snow might linger into July. The view stretched forever. Jagged granite peaks, glacial valleys, endless waves of forested ridges. On a clear day, a lookout in the North Cascades might see Mount Baker to the north and Mount Rainier far to the south, two volcanic sentinels marking the edges of their territory. Move eastward, and the character changes. In the forests of Montana and Idaho, towers perched on mountains with names like Beret Mountain, Bald Mountain, Slide Rock Mountain. Simple, descriptive names for simple, enduring places. These were gentler peaks than the dramatic western ranges, clothed in lodgepole pine and Douglas fir, with meadows tucked between the trees where deer grazed at dusk. Further east still, into the lake country of Minnesota and Wisconsin, towers stood among mixed forests of pine and birch and maple. The landscape here was flat by comparison, but the towers still climbed high, offering views across chains of blue lakes connected by rivers, across wetlands where moose waded in the shallows. A fire in these woods could spread differently than in the mountain west, moving through understory, through peat bogs, traveling in unexpected ways. In the northeast, towers appeared on modest mountains with grand names. Mount Kearsarge in New Hampshire, Bald Mountain in Maine. The forests here were dense and old, recovering from centuries of logging. Autumn brought spectacular color, and winter brought storms that could isolate a lookout for days. Some of these towers were stone structures, solid and permanent, looking more like medieval fortifications and Forest Service buildings. Even in the south, towers rose. In Florida's pine forests, on Georgia's hills, across the Ozarks, each adapted to its terrain, its climate, its particular challenges. What united them all was the simple geometry: a tower, a cabin, a person, and a view. Each lookout was responsible for a territory, a specific circle of forest and mountain, usually with a radius of about 10 to 15 miles. Their view overlapped with neighboring lookouts, creating redundancy, ensuring that a fire spotted by one watcher might also be seen by another from a different angle. This made pinpointing locations more accurate. Two lookouts could triangulate, each reporting the bearing from their position, and where those lines crossed on the map, that's where the fire was burning. But most of the time, there were no fires to report. Most of the time, a lookout simply watched the weather change. They watched storms build over distant mountains, watched fog fill the valleys below them like a slow-moving tide, watched the sun track across the sky from one window to the next. They watched deer emerge from the tree lines at dawn. They watched hawks riding thermals. They watched the seasons turn. The first snow of autumn dusting the peaks, the snowpack melting in spring, sending streams rushing full and loud down the mountainsides. They lived inside the rhythm of natural time, which moves differently than clock time. Natural time is measured in the progress of shadows, in the blooming of wildflowers, in the migration of birds. A day in a lookout tower could feel both endless and instantaneous. Hours passing in what felt like minutes when you were absorbed in a book or a project. But a single afternoon of watching clouds could stretch into something vast and timeless. This was the world that thousands of people inhabited, season after season, year after year. Some did it for a single summer. Others returned for decades, claiming the same tower as their own, learning every ridge and valley in their territory as intimately as you might know the rooms of your childhood home. And all of them shared the same essential task: to notice what others might miss, to catch the first sign of danger while it was still small, still manageable, to be the eyes watching over places too wild and too vast for any other kind of surveillance. The towers are quieter now. Many have been abandoned, decommissioned as technology changed. But during their decades of operation, they formed a constellation of solitude across the continent. Each point a place where one person sat with the silence and the view, doing work that required nothing more and nothing less than paying attention. Let's spend a day together in a fire lookout tower. Not an extraordinary day with fires and drama, but an ordinary day. The kind that makes up most of a lookout season. The kind of day that might seem monotonous to someone seeking excitement, but holds its own quiet rhythm for those who learn to live within it. The day begins before sunrise, not because an alarm demands it, but because the light does. Even with your eyes closed, you can sense the change, the darkness behind your eyelids shifting from black to deep blue to gray. The cabin is cold. At this elevation, even summer mornings carry a chill. You open your eyes and see the ceiling of the cabin just a few feet above you. The bed is narrow, tucked against one wall to save space. Everything in this 14-foot square room is about saving space, about efficiency, about living small. You sit up, pull on layers, a wool shirt, perhaps a fleece jacket. Your boots are by the door where you left them last night. The floor is cold against your socks as you move to the small propane stove in the corner. You've done this hundreds of times now, and your hands know the motions without thought. Turn the valve, strike the match, adjust the flame. The hiss of the stove is the real sound of the day. While water heats for coffee or tea, you move to the windows. The shutters were closed last night against the wind, and now you open them one by one, north, east, south, west. Each shutter hooks to the ceiling, and as you open them, the world appears in sections. The eastern window shows the approaching dawn, the sky brightening in layers of color. The western window still holds the last of the night's darkness. Coffee made, you wrap your hands around the warm mug and stand at the windows, just looking, not searching yet, not working, just looking. This is the gift of the early morning, a few minutes before the day's duties begin, when you can simply witness the light arriving. But soon the routine calls. You move to the desk where the logbook sits, always open to today's page. You record the time, let's say 6:15 a.m. Then you begin the first weather observation of the day. Temperature. You check the thermometer mounted outside the north window. 42 degrees. You write it down. Wind. Currently calm, but you can see the tops of the distant pines swaying slightly. You estimate light and variable, maybe 3 to 5 miles per hour from the southwest. Humidity. There's a sling psychrometer hanging by the door. 2 thermometers mounted together, one with a wet wick. You step outside into the catwalk. Swing the psychrometer through the air for a minute. Let the evaporation cool with the wet bulb. Then read both temperatures and consult the chart to determine relative humidity. 68%. You write it down. Cloud cover. You look up and around. High cirrus cloud to the north, thin and wispy. Maybe 20% sky coverage. You note this. Visibility. Excellent. You can see the far ridges clearly. Can make out individual trees on slopes 15 miles away. You estimate visibility at 50 miles or more. All of this goes into the log in neat, small handwriting. Date, time, temperature, wind, humidity, clouds, visibility. The same columns filled out at the same times every day. It becomes meditative, this recording. Even the handwriting takes on a rhythm. With the shutters open and the first log entry complete, you pull on a jacket and step out onto the catwalk. The catwalk wraps around the entire cabin, a narrow metal walkway with a railing at waist height. You can walk a complete circle around your home, staying outside, seeing everything. The air is crisp and thin. You take a slow breath, feeling it cold in your lungs. The sun hasn't cleared the eastern peaks yet. but the light is strong enough to see the colors. The deep green of the forest below, the gray of distant granite, the gold of dried grass and high meadows. You walk slowly around the catwalk, one hand trailing along the railing. North, a long valley stretching toward a line of peaks still shadowed. East, the growing light, the sun about to appear. South, closer mountains, a drainage you know well, a small lake catching the sky's reflection. West, the direction yesterday's weather came from, currently clear. This is your territory. Every ridge has a name you've learned. Every valley has its character. Some drainages are prone to afternoon thunderstorms. Some slopes dry out quickly after rain. You've been here long enough to know that the landscape has become familiar, almost intimate. You know where elk gather in the evenings, where snow lingers latest in spring, where the shadows fall at different times of day. The quiet is profound. No traffic, no voices, no mechanical sounds except the occasional creak of the tower itself, settling or swaying slightly in the breeze. Below you, far below, a raven calls, a deep croaking sound that carries in the still air. After this first circuit of the catwalk, you step back inside. The day has officially begun. Now comes the first systematic scan of the day. This is the core of the work, the reason the tower exists and the reason you are here. You begin at the north window. The Osborne firefinder sits in the center of the cabin, a circular metal device mounted on a pedestal, about waist height. It looks like a surveyor's instrument, which in a sense it is. The outer ring is marked with degrees, a full 360 degrees around the circle. Inside is a topographic map of your territory, centered on this exact tower. Across the map stretches a sight, like the sight on a rifle, 2 brass posts that you can align with any point on the horizon. You stand at the firefinder and begin your scan at the north window, starting at the western edge of that window's view. You look out at the landscape with your naked eye first, letting your gaze move slowly across the view. You are looking for anything that shouldn't be there, primarily smoke, but also anything unusual. A reflection that might be sunlight off a vehicle where vehicles shouldn't be. A color that seems wrong. You divide the landscape mentally into zones based on distance. The foreground may be a mile or 2 away. The middle distance, 5 to 10 miles. The far distance, everything beyond. You scan each zone separately because smoke looks different at different distances. Close smoke might be white and billowing. Distant smoke might be just a faint blue-gray smudge, easy to confuse with fog or haze. Every few degrees of horizon, you pause. You might raise binoculars, heavy, military-grade binoculars that hang on a strap around your neck. Through them, distant details sharpen. That dark patch on a far slope resolves into a stand of dead trees. That pale area becomes a rock slide, not smoke. You continue this way, moving section by section across the north window, then to the east window. then south, then west. A complete scan might take 20 minutes, sometimes longer if something catches your attention and requires investigation. Most mornings you find nothing. The forest is simply being a forest, growing, breathing, existing. And this is good news, the best news. An empty scan means your territory is safe. You note the time in your log. 7 a.m. scan complete, nothing observed. It seems redundant to write nothing observed day after day, but the record matters. If a fire is eventually discovered, the logs show you were watching, that you would have reported it if it had been visible from your position. The morning passes. The sun clears the eastern peaks and begins its slow arc across the sky. Light moves through the cabin, changing which windows are bright and which are shadowed. You do another scan at 9 a.m., another at 11. Between scans, there are the small chores that maintain life in this tiny space. The cabin floor is swept. It gets dusty despite being far from any road. Dust blown up from the forest below or tracked in on your boots. You wipe down the windows, keeping them clear. Visibility depends on clean glass. You check the radio, a two-way radio that connects you to other lookouts and to the ranger station down in the valley. You turn it on, adjust the squelch to eliminate static. Call in your morning report. Bear Peak Out lookout to Eagle Ranger Station. Morning check-in all clear. Weather holding fair. The response crackles back. Eagle Station to Bear Peak. Copy that. Have a good day. Simple. Routine. But it confirms the system is working. That you're not entirely alone up here. The radio sits on a shelf, always ready. Most days it's quiet, but you leave it on a low volume, just in case. Occasionally you'll hear other lookouts checking in, distant voices reporting their own clear skies and quiet mornings. You organize the maps on the desk, topographic maps of different scales. Fire maps showing fuel types and previous burns. Access maps showing the rough roads and trails that fire crews might use. These maps are tools, but they're also objects of fascination. On slow afternoons, you might study them, memorizing contour lines, learning every feature of your territory from the two-dimensional representation, even though you see it every day in 3 dimensions. Around noon, you prepare lunch. The kitchen, such as it is, consists of the propane stove, a small counter with a basin for washing, and a shelf with supplies. Your food is simple, dried goods that store well, canned items, fresh produce from a weekly supply run that lasts only a few days before you're back to the preserved items. Maybe today it's soup, heated in a small pot. Maybe bread and cheese. You eat standing at the south window, looking out while you chew slowly. There's no rush. The afternoon stretches ahead with its own scans, its own rhythm. Another weather observation at noon. Temperature now 61 degrees. Wind picking up from the southwest at 8 to 10 miles per hour. Humidity dropping to 45%. Afternoon thunderstorms are possible with this pattern. Heat rising. Moisture moving in from the southwest. You'll watch the sky carefully this afternoon. The afternoon scan at 1 p.m. proceeds like the morning scans, But you're watching differently now. The heat of the day changes how the forest looks. Distant ridges shimmer slightly in thermal waves. Haze develops, reducing visibility. Not smoke, just the natural haze of a warm afternoon, when moisture evaporates from the forest and hangs in the air. You look for the characteristic column of smoke, which rises vertically in still air or bends with the wind. You look for the color. Fresh smoke is often white or light gray, while smoldering fires produce darker, grayer smoke. You look for the persistence. Clouds and fog move and change shape, but smoke from a fire keeps rising from the same point. Today, like most days, there's nothing. After the scan, you turn to maintenance. Even small towers require care. You take a screwdriver and wrench from the supply box and head out to check the guy wires. The thick cables that run from the top of the tower down to anchors in the ground, keeping the structure stable. You descend the stairs, all 60 or 70 steps, your legs knowing the rhythm. At the bottom, you walk from anchor to anchor, checking tension, looking for fraying. Everything seems solid, good. Back up the stairs, slower on the ascent, breathing harder in the thin air. At the top, you check the shutter's hinges, the catwalk railing, the door latch. Small things, but in a place this remote, small problems can become large ones if ignored. At 3 p.m., another scan. At 4 p.m., another weather observation. The temperature has peaked at 68 degrees. Clouds are building to the southwest. Tall cumulus with dark bases. You watch them carefully. Lightning is the most common cause of wildfires in this region, and those clouds are the kind that produce lightning. The radio crackles. All lookouts, this is Eagle Station. Be advised we have thunderstorms developing south and west of the district, expected to move northeast through the afternoon. Stay alert for lightning strikes and report any smoke immediately. You acknowledge. Bear Peak copies, watching the southwest. Now the watching intensifies slightly, but still without urgency. You're not anxious, just attentive. You scan more frequently, every 15 or 20 minutes instead of every 2 hours. The clouds build and build, their tops rising into the upper atmosphere, where they flatten against the tropopause, forming the characteristic anvil shape of mature thunderstorms. Then the first rumble of thunder, distant and low. You watch the clouds for lightning but see nothing from here. The strikes are happening inside the clouds or on the far side of the ridge. The storm moves slowly north, passing to the west of your position. A few drops of rain tap against the windows, but the main precipitation stays away. After an hour, the thunder fades, the clouds move on, and the air clears again. You scan carefully now, looking at every slope where lightning might have struck, but the rain was heavy enough to dampen any potential ignitions. Sometimes fires start hours after a lightning strike, smoldering underground in root systems or duff before finally producing visible smoke. So you make a note of the storm's path and the approximate time. For the next few days, you'll watch those areas extra carefully. The sun begins its descent. The light changes, becoming warmer, more golden. Shadows lengthen across the valleys. This is some lookout's favorite time of day. The evening light makes everything beautiful, transforms familiar landscapes into something more painterly. You do a final systematic scan at 6 p.m., moving slowly around the cabin from window to window. The air has cooled again after the afternoon heat. The wind has dropped to almost nothing. Visibility is excellent after the storm cleared the haze. Nothing to report. Another safe day. At the desk, you fill out the end of day summary in the log. You note the thunderstorm passage, the location, and approximate time. You record the final weather observation. Temperature 53 degrees, wind calm, humidity 60%, visibility excellent, no smoke observed. You write the date and your initials at the bottom of the page. Outside, the sky deepens through shades of blue toward darkness. Stars begin to appear, first one or two, then dozens, then hundreds. With no light pollution, the night sky here is extraordinary. The Milky Way visible as a river of light, satellites crawling slowly across the background of stars. You light the propane lantern inside the cabin, adjusting the mantle until it glows steady and bright. By lantern light, you prepare a simple dinner. Maybe rice and beans, maybe pasta, maybe something from a can. You eat slowly, tired in the pleasant way that comes from a day of simple, purposeful activity. After dinner, there's time for reading or writing letters, or simply sitting at the window watching darkness and complete its arrival. Some lookouts keep journals, recording not just official observations but personal thoughts, sketches, poems. The solitude encourages reflection. The silence makes space for thoughts that might otherwise be crowded out by the noise of regular life. Eventually, you turn down the lantern and prepare for sleep. You close the shutters against the night wind. You check that the radio is set correctly for emergency calls, turned low but not off. You slide into the narrow bed, pull the blankets up. Outside, the tower creaks softly in a gust of wind. Somewhere far below, an owl calls. The forest continues its life in the darkness, and you continue yours, sleeping above it all, ready to wake when the light returns and begin again. This is the day. Not every day, but most days. The rhythm of watching, recording, maintaining, existing in this small space between earth and sky. Tomorrow will be much the same, and the day after that, and the day after that. And in this repetition, in this dedication to routine and attention, the work gets done. The forest stays safe. The watch continues. Let's step inside the cabin and really look around. Let's examine this space that serves as home, workplace, and observatory all at once. 14 feet by 14 feet. That's the standard size for most fire lookout cabins, though some are slightly smaller, some slightly larger. 14 by 14 gives you 196 square feet. For comparison, a typical parking space is about 150 square feet. You're living in a space not much larger than where you might park your car. But within this compact space, everything needed for life and work has its place. The walls are usually wood, tongue and groove boards or simple planking, sometimes painted white or left natural. The ceiling is low enough that a tall person might brush it with their head if they're not careful. There are no interior walls, no separate rooms. It's one open space, which means you can see everything at once. Your bed, your desk, your kitchen, your entire world. Windows dominate. On all four walls, large windows. Sometimes a single large pane on each side. Sometimes multiple smaller panes. The windows are the most important feature of the cabin because they are your connection to the work. Through them, you see what you're here to watch. The glass must be kept spotlessly clean. Even a smudge can create a glare that masks distant smoke. The windows have shutters that can be closed in storms or at night. These shutters are hinged at the top and hooked to the ceiling when open. When closed and latched, they protect the glass from hail, from wind-driven debris, from the fierce weather that can strike without warning at these elevations. Let's walk around the room, noting each element. Against one wall is the bed, a narrow cot, really, with a thin mattress. Space is too precious for anything larger. Bedding is simple. Wool blankets, a pillow, maybe a sleeping bag. Beneath the bed, storage space for extra supplies, clothing, personal items. Everything in a lookout cabin serves double purposes. The bed is also a storage unit. The desk is also a dining table. In one corner stands the stove, a small propane model, 2 burners on top, sometimes a small oven below. The propane tank sits outside on the catwalk, connected by a line that runs through the wall. Next to the stove is a counter area, perhaps 3 feet long, with a basin for washing dishes. Water comes from large jugs that must be filled from a spring or stream, usually down the mountain, meaning every gallon must be carried up all those tower stairs. This makes you conservative with water. You wash dishes efficiently. You don't let taps run needlessly, though there are no taps here, just the water you pour from jugs into the basin. On shelves above the counter, dishes, cups, utensils, cooking supplies, a box of matches, salt and pepper, coffee or tea, canned goods and dry staples arranged neatly so you can see what you have. Oatmeal, rice, beans, pasta, flour, cans of soup, vegetables, fruits, food that won't spoil in the summer heat or freeze solid in late season cold snaps. Opposite the stove area is the desk, a simple wooden surface attached to the wall, with a chair that can be pushed underneath. The desk holds the paperwork of the job, logbooks with their neat columns waiting to be filled in, pens and pencils in a cup, a ruler, a calendar, weather observation forms, fire report forms, though most seasons these remain blessedly unused, a notebook for personal observations, things that don't belong in the official log, but that you want to remember. The day you saw a bear, the particularly beautiful sunset, the question that occurred to you while watching clouds. And in the center of the room, on its pedestal, stands the Osborne firefinder. This instrument is the heart of the lookout's work, the tool that transforms a visual observation into actionable information. It was invented by William Osborne of the U.S. Forest Service in the early 1900s, and variations of his design are still used today. Picture a circular table, about 3 feet in diameter, mounted on a central pedestal at waist height. The table can rotate, spinning smoothly on its base. Around the outer edge of the table runs a brass ring marked with degrees, 0 through 360, marked in small increments. This is the azimuth ring, showing compass bearings from magnetic north. On top of the table lies a map, a detailed topographic map of the surrounding territory, with your tower marked at the exact center. The map shows every mountain, every valley, every ridge, every stream, all drawn to scale from your perspective. It's a bird's eye view of what you see through the windows, translated into contour lines and symbols. Across the map, mounted on the rotating table, stretches a sighting device. It looks something like a rifle sight, 2 vertical brass posts, one at the center of the table near the pedestal, one at the outer edge. These posts are aligned with each other, and they can rotate around the map as you turn the table. Here's how it works. Suppose you see smoke on the horizon to the northeast. You move to the firefinder and rotate the table until the 2 sighting posts align with that smoke column when you look through them toward the window. The near post and the far post and the smoke form a straight line. Now you read the azimuth from the brass ring. Let's say it reads 45 degrees. You've just determined the bearing to the fire. But bearing alone isn't enough. A fire at 45 degrees could be 5 miles away or 50 miles away. You need a second piece of information, distance, or at least a more precise location. This is where the map on the table comes in. The sighting posts, when aligned with the smoke, are also aligned with the map beneath them. You look down at where the site crosses the map and note the terrain features there. Maybe the site crosses a particular ridge or valley that you recognize from the actual landscape. The intersection of bearing and recognizable landmark gives you an approximate location. Even better is triangulation. If you report your bearing of 45 degrees, and another lookout 15 miles away reports their bearing to the same smoke as 320 degrees, those 2 lines can be drawn in a larger map at the ranger station. Where they cross is where the fire is burning. With 3 lookouts reporting, their location becomes even more precise. The firefinder is an elegant solution to a geometric problem, and using it becomes instinctive after practice. You'll learn to spot smoke, move to the firefinder, align the sights, read the bearing, identify the location, all in a smooth sequence that takes less than a minute. Around the cabin, other instruments support the work. Binoculars hang on a nail or a hook near the windows. Heavy, powerful binoculars, usually 70 by 50 or 10 by 50 magnification. Through them, a distant hillside 15 miles away resolves into individual trees. A faint smudge becomes identifiable as smoke or not smoke. The binoculars are used constantly throughout the day, picked up and set down dozens of times as you scan and rescan the territory. A compass sits on the desk, a backup for the firefinder's azimuth ring, useful for double-checking bearings or for navigation if you need to hike down the mountain in fog. The thermometer is mounted outside the north window, placed where it's shaded from direct sun most of the day. You read it through the glass without going outside, unless you need the precise temperature for an official observation, in which case you step outside to the catwalk. The sling psychrometer for measuring humidity hangs by the door. Those two thermometers mounted on a handle, one with a wet cloth wick. To use it, you wet the wick, step outside, and swing the whole device in a circle for a minute or two. The evaporation from the wick cools the thermometer, and the difference between the two temperatures tells you the relative humidity. A rain gauge sits on a post outside, away from the tower's shadow. It's a simple graduated cylinder that collects precipitation. After a storm, you read the amount and record it in the log. Then, empty the gauge for the next measurement. The radio occupies a prominent place on a shelf, positioned so you can reach it from anywhere in the cabin. It's powered by batteries, large dry cell batteries that must be replaced periodically. Another item hauled up the mountain when supplies arrive. The radio is your lifeline, your connection to the outside world, your way of reporting fires and receiving information. You keep it on during the day at low volume, a quiet presence that occasionally crackles with distant voices. A clock hangs on the wall or sits on the desk, essential for maintaining the schedule of observations, for noting exact times in the log. In a place where days can blur together, the clock provides structure. Logbooks sit stacked on the desk or shelf, current one open and in use, previous one stored for record keeping. Each page is a day, each day a series of entries. Years later, someone could open these logbooks and know exactly what the weather was like, what you observed, how the season progressed. Beyond the tools of work, there are the small personal items that make the cabin feel less like an office and more like a home. A few books on a shelf, maybe field guides to trees, birds, wildflowers, maybe novels or poetry. Many lookouts bring books that they've meant to read for years, finally finding time in the long, quiet hours. The books sit spine out, their titles becoming familiar companions over the weeks and months. A journal or notebook, separate from the official log, where thoughts and observations of a personal nature go. Sketches, perhaps, pencil drawings of the view, of birds, of cloud formations. Some lookouts are artists, bringing sketch pads and watercolors. Some are writers, filling pages with reflections on solitude and wilderness. Photographs, maybe, a single photo pinned to the wall or tucked into the frame of a mirror. Family, friends, a beloved dog, a place that feels like home. Just one or two photos, enough to remember without cluttering the sparse space. Clothing hangs on hooks along the wall, flannel shirts, a heavy jacket, rain gear, extra layers, a hat for sun, a warm cap for cold mornings, everything visible. Nothing hidden in closets because there are no closets. And that's it. That's everything. In this small space, arranged with care and purpose, you have shelter, tools, sustenance, and a few comforts. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is excessive. Each item earns its place by being useful or meaningful. Living here teaches efficiency, teaches the difference between want and need. You learn that you need very little, really, to live well. A warm place to sleep, food to eat, work that matters, and a view that changes with every hour. The cabin provides all of this, and in its simplicity, there's a kind of perfection. The fire lookout here moves with the seasons, each bringing its own character, its own challenges, its own particular beauty. The work remains fundamentally the same. Watch, record, report. But the world you're watching transforms around you, month by month, as the planet tilts on its axis and the sun traces its changing path across the sky. In most regions, the fire lookout season begins in spring, though the exact timing depends on elevation and latitude. A tower at 5,000 feet in California might open in April. A tower at 8,000 feet in Montana might not be accessible until June. Opening day is an event. The tower has been closed all winter, shuttered and empty, accumulating dust and cobwebs in the particular stillness that fills abandoned places. The trail up on the mountains may still have snow patches and shaded sections, even as the sunny slopes show bare ground and the first green shoots of new growth. You hike up with supplies, a heavy pack, maybe multiple trips, or perhaps a mule string carrying gear if the trail permits. Each step is familiar, you've been here before, new and slightly intimidating if this is your first season. The trail climbs steadily, switchbacking up the steep slope. You're breathing hard in the thin air, pausing occasionally to rest, to look back at how far you've come. At the tower base, everything appears intact. The winter storms haven't damaged the structure, at least nothing obvious. You climb the stairs, perhaps 70 steps spiraling around the central column, and at the top you unlock the cabin door. The smell of closed space greets you, not unpleasant, just stale. Dust lies thick on every surface. The windows are clouded with it. The first day is about preparation. You sweep the floor, wipe down the windows until they're transparent again, arrange supplies on shelves. You test the stove, the radio, the firefinder's smooth rotation. You check that the shutters open and close properly, that their latches work. You walk the catwalk, inspecting the railings and the tower's guy wires. Spring weather is unstable. One day might be warm and clear, the next might bring snow flurries or cold rain. The forest below is awakening, snow melting, streams running full and loud, trees beginning to leaf out at lower elevations, while the highest slopes remain bare and brown. Each morning you note the progress. Today the aspens in the valley show a faint green haze. Today the first wildflowers appear in the meadow below the tower. Today you see deer moving back up to higher elevations, following the retreating snowline. The work begins simply. Morning and afternoon scans, weather observations every few hours, log entries. Nothing dramatic, just the routine establishing itself. Most spring days are too wet for fire danger. The forest is saturated with snowmelt, too damp to burn easily. But you watch anyway, because that's the job. And because watching teaches you the territory. Each scan is education, learning which ridge is which drainage leads where, how the landscape fits together. Summer is the heart of fire season, the time of highest alert, though even now most days pass without incident. The days are long. At this latitude and elevation, summer sunrise might come at 5 a.m., sunset not until 9 p.m. 16 hours of daylight means 16 hours of watching. The sun climbs high overhead, fierce and bright, and by midday the temperature in the cabin can reach 80 or 90 degrees, despite being outside in the mountain air. You open all the windows and doors, hoping for a breeze. You drape a wet cloth over your neck to stay cool. The light is intense. It reflects off distant snowfields, off rock faces, off the surface of lakes. By afternoon, heat shimmer rises from the valleys, making distant objects waver and dance. You learn to account for this distortion, to recognize it as atmospheric effect rather than smoke. Thunderstorms develop with regularity on summer afternoons. You watch them build, cumulus clouds forming over ridges in late morning, growing taller through midday, their tops climbing into the stratosphere by early afternoon. By 3 or 4 p.m., lightning begins. Thunder rolls across the mountains, sound bouncing between peaks, arriving seconds or minutes after the visible flash, depending on the distance. Each lightning strike is a potential fire. You watch carefully, noting where strikes occur, scanning those areas repeatedly over the following hours and days. Most strikes hit rock or damp ground and produce nothing. Some hit trees, shattering them or stripping bark, but causing no fire, because recent rain has dampened everything. But occasionally, rarely, but occasionally, a strike finds the perfect conditions. A dead snag, a pocket of dry duff, sheltered from rain. These smolder, sometimes for hours or days, before finally producing visible smoke. Weather observations become more frequent in summer, every 3 hours instead of every 4 or 6, because conditions change quickly and fires spread faster in heat and wind. You record temperature, wind speeds and direction, humidity, cloud cover, visibility. The numbers fill page after page of the logbook. Looking back through a summer's worth of logs, you can see patterns. The afternoon thunderstorms, the dry periods, the cool spells when high pressure dominates and the sky stays cloudless for days. The summer routine becomes deeply ingrained. Wake at dawn, first scan, breakfast, morning observations, midday scan, lunch, afternoon observations, watching for storms, evening scan, dinner, final log entries, sleep, repeat. Each day essentially identical to the last, yet each day unique in its details, the exact shape of clouds, the particular quality of light, the wildlife you happen to see. Some summer days are busy with radio traffic, reports from other lookouts, communications with ranger stations, coordination of patrols or investigations of reported smoke that turn out to be dust or haze. Other days the radio stays quiet for hours, and you are alone with the silence and the view. Autumn brings change you can see and feel. The days shorten noticeably week by week. Sunrise comes later, sunset earlier. By late September, you might have only 12 hours of daylight. The sun's angle shifts lower, casting longer shadows, giving light a warmer, more golden quality. Temperature drops. Morning frosts become common, leaving the catwalk slippery with ice until the sun reaches it. You knead the stove earlier in the day and keep it burning later into the evening. Extra layers come out, wool sweaters, insulated vests, thick socks. The propane tank outside empties faster as you use more fuel for warmth. The forest transforms. Deciduous trees change color, aspens turning brilliant yellow, maples and oaks in the northeast going red and orange. From the tower, you watch this color spread across the landscape like a slow fire, starting at higher elevations and moving down slope as the cold settles. It's spectacular, and the clear autumn air makes visibility exceptional. On a crisp October morning, you can see mountains 60 or 70 miles away with perfect clarity. Fire danger shifts. Lightning storms become less frequent. Autumn weather tends towards stable high-pressure systems rather than summer's convective instability. But the forest is drying out after a summer of sun. Grasses cure to pale gold. Leaves fall and accumulate as tinder. Human-caused fires become the primary concern. Campfires, cigarettes, equipment sparks. Hunting season brings people into the backcountry, and people bring risk. The routine continues. Scans, observations, log entries. But there's a sense of winding down, of approaching an ending. Migrating birds pass through. Hawks riding thermal south, geese in V formations calling as they fly overhead. The last wildflowers bloom and set seed. First snow comes to the highest peaks, dusting them white. The snow line gradually descending as autumn progresses. Some lookouts close in September. Others remain staffed into October or even November, depending on location and fire risk. As closing day approaches, you begin packing personal items, preparing the cabin for winter. Shutters get closed and latched tight. Supplies that can't stay are carried down. The radio is turned off for the last time until next spring. You sweep the floor one final time, lock the door, descend the stairs knowing you won't climb them again for months. The hike down is always strange, returning to the lower world after weeks or months above it. The air feels thick. Sounds seem too loud. But there's also relief. The satisfaction of a job completed. A season washed over and kept safe. Most fire lookouts close for winter. The risk of fire drops nearly to zero when the landscape is covered in snow. The weather becomes too severe for habitation. Winds that would tear a person from the catwalk. Storms that might trap someone in the cabin for weeks. Temperatures that plunge far below zero. The towers stand empty, buried in snow to their lowest platforms. Ice coating the stairs and railings. Shutters locked tight against the wind. Inside the closed cabin, temperature matches the outside air. Everything freezes. Any water left behind, any supplies not removed. The cabin becomes a small icebox suspended above the winter forest. In a few rare locations, particularly in regions with year-round fire risk, or where towers served multiple purposes, including weather observation, lookouts might stay through winter or visit periodically. This was uncommon, but not unheard of. Those who experienced winter in a fire lookout tower describe a profound isolation. Snow cutting them off from the world below. Clouds obscuring their views. The work reduced to basic weather observation since fire detection is unnecessary. The silence of winter is different from the other seasons' silence. It's heavier, denser, broken only by wind and the occasional crack of ice. The lookout becomes a solitary figure in a white world, existing in a small warm bubble of cabin surrounded by vast, cold emptiness. But for most lookouts, winter is the off-season, time to return to other work, other lives. The tower hibernates, waiting for spring thaw, for the trail to clear, for the next season's lookout to climb up and unlock the shutters and begin the routine again. Through all seasons, the essence remains the same: attention, patient, careful, sustained attention to the world spreading out below and around you. The weather changes, the light changes, the forest changes, but the watching continues. This is the deepest rhythm of the lookout's life, not the daily routine, but the seasonal cycle. The great wheel of the year turning beneath your feet as you stand in one place and watch it all unfold. Most of a fire lookout's time is not spent fighting fires or even spotting them. Most of the time is simply spent being there, existing in the space, filling the hours between observations, living a life that moves at a pace almost forgotten in the modern world. Solitude is the defining condition of this work. For weeks or months at a time, you might see no one, hear no human voice except your own and the occasional crackle of the radio. Your only regular company is the landscape itself and whatever wildlife passes through your territory. The deer, the birds, the occasional bear moving through the forest below. Some people find this solitude unbearable. Others find it clarifying, even necessary. The lookout service learned early on that not everyone was suited to this work. Technical skills could be taught: how to use a firefinder, how to read weather, how to report a fire. But the ability to be alone, to exist comfortably in one's company for extended periods, that couldn't be taught. Either you had it or you didn't. Those who thrived in the towers discovered that solitude, rather than being empty, was actually full of time to think, to read, to notice things that usually escape attention. The rhythm of a lookout's day, once the official duties were complete, opened into hours of unhurried existence. Books became precious companions. Many lookouts brought a small library with them to the tower. Novels they'd been meaning to read, poetry, natural history, field guides, philosophy. With no television, no internet, no easy distractions, reading became deeper and more focused. You might spend an entire afternoon with a single book, reading slowly, pausing to look out the window and think about what you've just read, then returning to the page. Some brought the same books year after year, rereading favorites until the passages became memorized, until the books themselves, worn and spine cracked, became old friends. Others brought new books each season, working through reading lists, discovering authors and ideas in a quiet space where such discoveries could unfold without interruption. Field guides were particularly popular. A guide to birds, to trees, to wildflowers, to insects. You'd see something from the tower, a bird you couldn't identify, a tree with unusual bark, and you'd reach for the guide, paging through until you found it. Over time, you'd learn the names of things, the relationships between species, the patterns of the natural world. The forest below stopped being a generic green blur and became instead a community of specific, knowable lives. Writing filled other hours. Many lookouts kept journals separate from the official logbooks, personal records of thoughts, observations, questions. The journal might contain descriptions of particularly beautiful sunsets, or notes about dreams you had, or reflections on what solitude does to perception and thought. Some journals were purely observational. Today I saw an eagle hunting over the North Valley. The wildflowers in the high meadow are now in full bloom. The first snow fell on the peaks last night. Letters were important. Mail delivery to fire lookouts was irregular, perhaps once a week or once every 2 weeks, depending on the location and the reliability of pack trains or supply trucks. When mail arrived, it was an event. Letters from family, from friends, from the world below. You'd read them slowly, savoring each one. And then over the following days, you'd write replies. Long, detailed letters because you had time and because the isolation made you want to reach out, to maintain those connections even across the distance. Some lookouts were writers, working on stories or essays or poetry in the quiet hours. The tower provided an unusual gift for a writer, uninterrupted time. No phone calls, no meetings, no obligations beyond the regular scans and observations. Hours could be devoted to finding the right word, crafting a sentence, shaping a paragraph. The view itself became a kind of muse. All that space and light and weather providing endless material for description and metaphor. Humans are ritual creatures, and in the absence of external structure, lookouts created their own. Coffee might be brewed at exactly 8 a.m. every morning, the ritual beginning with grinding beans, if you had a hand grinder, or measuring pre-ground coffee into the percolator. The smell of coffee brewing became a signal that the morning scan was complete, that the day's official work had properly begun. You'd pour a cup, wrap your hands around its warmth, stand at the window sipping slowly while looking out at the territory. Some lookouts had a particular time for sweeping, perhaps mid-morning after breakfast, or late afternoon when the slanting light made dust visible on the floor. The act of sweeping became meditative. The soft screech of the broom, the pile of dust and small debris gathered and disposed of, the floor clean again, ready for bare feet. The catwalk became a ritual for many, once each hour or twice a day, or at a particular time. Different lookouts developed different patterns. You'd step outside and make a complete circuit of the catwalk. Not an official observation necessarily, just a walk. A chance to stretch legs, to feel wind, to see the view from all four sides in sequence. Some lookouts counted steps, knowing exactly how many strides it took to circle the cabin. Others walked slowly, stopping to look at details. A bird's nest under the eaves, a spiderweb strung between railings, the way afternoon light hit a particular distant peak. Mealtimes provided structure. Breakfast at a set hour, lunch at another, dinner at a third. The meals themselves were simple. Remember, all food had to be carried up the mountain, but the preparation and eating of them broke the day into manageable pieces. Some lookouts became quite creative within the constraints, inventing recipes from limited ingredients, baking bread in small oven, making soups that simmered for hours, filling the cabin with good smells. Sunset watching became almost sacred. No matter what else happened during the day, as the sun approached the western horizon, you'd position yourself at the west window and watch it descend. The color shows could be spectacular. Clouds catching fire in orange and pink and purple, the entire western sky becoming a canvas. Even simple sunsets, when the sun just slipped behind a ridge and the light faded gradually to dusk, had their own quiet beauty. Marking the day's end this way, bearing witness to it, gave a sense of completion. After dark, new routines emerged. Lighting the lantern became a small ceremony, checking that the mantle was intact, adjusting the flame to a steady glow. The warm light transformed the cabin, making it feel cozy and protected against the darkness outside. Some lookouts spent evenings reading by lantern light, others wrote or sketched. Some simply sat at the window watching stars emerge, learning constellations, tracking satellites as they crawled across the black. The night sky at elevation, far from any city lights, revealed stars invisible from the lowlands. Thousands upon thousands of them, the Milky Way clearly visible as a luminous band. Meteor showers became events to anticipate. The Perseids in August, the Leonids in November. You'd note the dates in advance, and then the night arrived, you'd spend hours on the catwalk, bundled in a sleeping bag or blankets, head tilted back, watching for streaks of light as particles of ancient comet dust burned up in Earth's atmosphere. Sleep itself became simple. No artificial light to disrupt circadian rhythms. You grew sleepy when darkness fell, woke naturally with the dawn. Your sleep aligned with natural cycles, and many lookouts reported sleeping better than they ever had in a city, despite the narrow bed and the wind that sometimes shook the tower. The isolation wasn't absolute. There were connections, thin threads linking the tower to the world below. The radio provided voices, regular check-ins, weather reports, occasional conversations with other lookouts. Some lookouts developed friendships over the radio, talking with neighbors they met in person, separated by miles of wilderness, but connected by radio waves. Supply runs broke the routine every week or two. A truck might drive as far as the road allowed, or a packed train of mules might bring provisions, food, propane, mail, batteries for the radio, anything needed. Sometimes the person bringing supplies would stay for a brief visit, sharing news from below, bringing updates on the wider world. These visits were both welcome and slightly jarring. Another human presence in the small cabin felt crowded after so much solitude. Occasionally, hikers would climb up to visit the tower. Fire lookouts often had a guest register, a book where visitors could sign their names and write comments. Some lookouts welcomed visitors, enjoyed sharing the view and explaining the work. Others found interruptions difficult, preferring the solitude to remain unbroken. Most were somewhere in between, glad to see someone occasionally, but also glad when they left and the quiet returned. Rare emergencies brought people too. A lost hiker needing assistance, a medical situation requiring evacuation. These were uncommon, but reminded you that you weren't completely cut off, that help could come if truly needed. What might seem monotonous from the outside, the same tower, the same view, the same tasks repeated day after day, actually provided a kind of comfort. The predictability became a container for life, a stable structure within which you were free to think, to observe, to be. You knew the schedule: morning scan, weather observation, midday scan, afternoon observation, evening scan. You knew the territory, every ridge, every valley, every drainage. You knew the cabin, where everything was kept, how the stove drafted in different winds, which floorboard creaked, how the shutters sounded closing at night. This deep familiarity freed attention for other things. You didn't have to think about logistics or navigate new situations. The routine handled itself. And within that handled routine, space opened for noticing, truly noticing the world. The way light changed through the day, the patterns of weather systems, the behavior of animals, the movement of your own thoughts when they weren't constantly interrupted and redirected. Many lookouts reported that their thinking changed in the tower. Thoughts could extend, could follow long chains of association without being cut off. Problems that seemed intractable in normal life sometimes resolved themselves when you had time to sit with them, to turn them over slowly in your mind while watching clouds move across the sky. The tower became not just a workplace, but a kind of monastery, a place of retreat and contemplation, where the work itself was a form of meditation. Watch the forest, notice what appears, record what you see. Simple instructions that contain within them the whole practice of attention, of presence, of being fully where you were. And in that simplicity, in that predictable rhythm of observation and routine, many found something they hadn't known they needed. Time. Pure, unhurried time to exist at the pace of human thought rather than the pace of modern life. The tower gave them back time, and they spent it watching, reading, thinking, being, living simply and paying attention, day after quiet day. The concept of the fire lookout, a person stationed at a high point to watch for smoke, emerged independently in different places, shaped by the same basic need. Wherever there were forests worth protecting and fires that threatened them, someone eventually decided to build a tower and station a watcher. While the details varied by region and culture, the essence remained remarkably consistent. A high place, a view, a person whose job was to notice and report. Let's take a gentle tour around the world, visiting these watchers in their different landscapes, seeing how the same basic work adapted to mountains and coasts, to deserts and dense forests, to different climates and cultures. This is where we spent most of our time so far, and for good reason. The western United States developed one of the most extensive fire lookout systems in the world. At its peak in the 1930s and 40s, thousands of towers dotted the landscape from the Pacific coast to the Rocky Mountains, from Canada to Mexico. The towers varied in design. Some were simple wooden platforms on tall legs. Others were more substantial structures. Steel frames with enclosed cabins, able to withstand fierce winds and heavy snow. The L4 ground cab was common in flat terrain or on broad summits. A small building sitting directly on the ground rather than elevated on a tower. The more dramatic were the tall towers on exposed peaks, the kind we've been imagining, rising 60 or 80 feet to lift the cabin above the tallest trees. The work was the same across all these variations. Morning scan, weather observations, midday scan, afternoon observations, evening scan. The Osborne firefinder in the center of the cabin. Binoculars hanging by the window. The radio crackling occasionally with reports from neighboring lookouts or the ranger station. Whether you were in the Cascades of Washington, the Sierra Nevada of California, the Rockies of Montana, or the mountains of Arizona, the routine was identical. Only the view changed. North of the border, Canada developed its own extensive system of fire lookouts across its vast forests. The Canadian towers served the same function but faced even greater distances and more extreme isolation. In British Columbia, lookouts watched over coastal rainforests and interior mountains. In Alberta and Saskatchewan, they monitored boreal forests that stretched seemingly forever. Some Canadian lookouts were among the most remote in the world, accessible only by float plane or long trails that took days to hike. Supply runs came less frequently, meaning lookouts needed to be even more self-sufficient, able to stretch provisions, to handle repairs and problems without outside help. The work itself remained familiar: scanning, recording, reporting. Canadian lookouts used similar instruments: firefinders, binoculars, weather instruments. They kept similar logs, noting temperature and wind and humidity, recording the hours when nothing happened, just as meticulously as the rare moments when smoke appeared. The Canadian system stayed active longer than in the United States, with some towers remaining staffed into the 2000s. Partly this was due to the immensity of the territory and the continued effectiveness of human observers in landscapes where other detection methods struggled. A person on a tower could still see things that satellites might miss, could distinguish smoke from fog or cloud in ways that required human judgment. Half a world away, Australia faced its own fire challenges. The Australian bush, eucalyptus forests, grasslands, scrublands, burned frequently and intensely. The continent's climate, with its long dry periods and occasional extreme heat, made fire management critical. Australian fire lookouts, called fire spotters in some regions, worked from towers scattered across fire-prone areas. The towers were often simpler than their North American counterparts, metal frameworks with small platforms rather than enclosed cabins, reflecting the warmer climate where protection from cold was less critical. What mattered was height and visibility. The routine was the same: watch the horizon, note any smoke, determine location, report authorities. Australian spotters dealt with different vegetation, different fire behavior. Eucalyptus fires could be explosive and fast-moving, but the fundamental task of early detection remained unchanged. See the smoke early while it's still small, while there's time to respond. Some Australian lookouts were staffed only during the highest danger periods, the hot, dry months when fire risk peaked. Others operated seasonally, but whenever they were staffed, the work followed the familiar pattern: observation, documentation, communication, the same rhythm playing out under different skies. In Europe, formal fire lookout systems were less common, but not unknown. The continent's different history of land management, its smaller forests, and its denser population meant that fire detection often happened differently, through patrols, through reports from people working in the forests, through observers in church towers or other existing structures rather than purpose-built fire towers. But in some regions, particularly those with extensive forests and fire risk, organized lookout systems did develop. Germany, for example, established forest fire observation towers in some of its pine forests. These followed the familiar pattern: elevated platform, observer, systematic scanning, reporting mechanism. In Mediterranean Europe, Spain, Greece, southern France, where summer fires threatened forests and communities. Lookout posts appeared on hills and mountains. Sometimes these were formal towers, other times simply designated observation points where watchers would station themselves during high-risk periods. The tools might be simpler, the infrastructure less developed, but the core work remained. Watch, notice, report. Even historically, before modern fire management, the concept existed. Church towers and bell towers in forested regions sometimes served as informal fire lookouts, with watchers posted during dry weather to ring warning bells if they spotted smoke. It was less systematic, less organized, but it showed the same intuitive understanding. Height provides perspective, and early warning saves lives and property. What's striking about this world tour is not the differences, but the similarities. Wherever you find fire lookouts, you find the same essential elements repeated. A high place, a tower, a mountain peak, a hilltop, elevation to see beyond the immediate surroundings, to gain that crucial long view where smoke becomes visible from miles away. A dedicated observer, one person usually, sometimes two, but always a small number. Someone whose entire job is to pay attention, to watch without distraction, to notice what others might miss. Simple tools, binoculars for magnification, maps for location, some method of determining bearing to orient observations. The specific instruments might vary, but the function remains constant. A communication system, whether radio, telephone, signal flags, or bells, some ways to pass information from the watcher to those who need to know, who can respond. A routine of regular observation, not sporadic watching, but systematic scanning at set intervals. The discipline of looking even when nothing is expected, because fires don't announce themselves in advance. And always the same quality of time, the slow, patient time of surveillance, the hours between observations filled with the simple business of existing, eating, maintaining the tower, reading, thinking, being alone with the landscape. A lookout in British Columbia watching coastal mountains shares more with a lookout in Montana watching the Rockies than either shares with people working almost any other job. The daily experience, the solitude, the routine, the relationship with weather and landscape transcends national boundaries and connects these scattered individuals in a kind of invisible fellowship. From the towers of the Pacific Northwest to the spotting platforms of the Australian bush, from the Rockies to the boreal forests of Canada, to the pine plantations of Europe, the experience of being a fire lookout was remarkably consistent. You woke early, you scanned the horizon, you noted the weather, you watched for smoke, you maintained your station, you logged your observations, you communicated as needed, you found ways to fill the quiet hours, you learned your territory intimately, you lived simply, you paid attention. The particulars varied, the species of trees, the shape of mountains, the language of radio communications, the exact design of the tower. But the essence remained the same everywhere. This was the work, to be present, to watch, to serve as early warning, to live at the intersection of solitude and responsibility. Fire doesn't respect borders, and neither did the solution that evolved to combat it. The fire lookout system, in its various incarnations around the world, represents a kind of convergent evolution. Different places arriving at the same answer to the same problem. Put someone high, give them the tools to observe and communicate, and let them watch. Simple, effective, surprisingly difficult to improve upon even with modern technology. And everywhere these systems existed, they left behind the same legacy. Towers on mountaintops, some still standing, some fallen to ruins, and stories, thousands of stories from thousands of watchers who spent seasons or careers scanning horizons, living in small cabins, maintaining the watch. Different languages, different landscapes, but all sharing that peculiar experience of fire lookout life, the waiting, the watching, the quiet, the view. Let's return now to where we began, to a single tower on a mountaintop, to one person in a small cabin, to the quiet. It's night now. The sun set hours ago, slipping behind the western ridge in a slow fade of light. The sky has deepened through all its shades of blue into black. Stars have emerged, first a few, then hundreds, then thousands, until the entire dome of sky is filled with them. Inside the cabin, a lantern glows softly on the desk. Its light reflects in the dark windows, turning them into mirrors unless you press close to the glass and cup your hands around your eyes to see out into the darkness. The lookout does this now, moving from window to window, north, east, south, west, making one last scan of the territory. There's nothing to see at night, not really. No smoke is visible in darkness, but the habit is strong, and the darkness has its own quality worth noticing. The way starlight falls on distant snowfields, the silhouettes of ridges against slightly lighter sky, the scattered lights of a town far below in the valley, tiny and distant as stars themselves. The scan complete, the lookout returns to the desk, opens the logbook to today's page, makes the final entry, date, time, weather summary, observations. Nothing unusual to report. Another quiet day. Another safe day in a long chain of safe days. The handwriting is neat and small. The same handwriting that has filled this logbook and the ones before it. The same columns, the same abbreviations, the same careful documentation. Tomorrow there will be another page, and the day after that another, and the day after that. The same hills watched, the same instruments checked, the same logbook filled in, day after day, week after week, season after season. This is the pattern, this is the rhythm, not exciting, not dramatic, but steady, reliable. Someone is watching, someone is paying attention. While the world below sleeps, while cities bustle with their urgent business, while life goes on in all its complicated ways, someone is here on the mountain keeping the watch. The lookout closes the logbook, turns down the lantern until it's just a faint glow, enough to see by if needed in the night. Steps to the windows one more time, looking out at the vast darkness, at the stars, at the familiar shapes of the landscape rendered in shadow. Everything is as it should be. The forest is quiet. The air is still. The tower is solid beneath, weathering the slight wind that moves across the peak. In the morning, the light will return, and the work will continue. Another scan, another set of observations, another day of watching. But for now, there is rest. And you, listening to this, you can rest too. You don't need to stay awake. You don't need to hear what comes next, because what comes next is simply more of the same. The lookout will remain at their post. The tower will stand through the night. The watch will continue whether you're listening or not. This is your permission, explicit and clear. You can let go. You can stop paying attention. You can drift. The lookout doesn't need you to stay alert. That's their job, and they're doing it. They'll keep watching the horizon. They'll be there at dawn to open the shutters and make the first scan of the new day. They'll note the temperature, the wind, the clouds. They'll watch for smoke. They'll maintain the vigil. You can sleep now. Let the image stay with you if it wants to. The small cabin on the tall tower. The windows dark except for the faint lantern glow. The stars wheeling slowly overhead. Let it be there in the background while you drift deeper into rest. The tower stands, the lookout watches. The forest breathes in the darkness, and you can simply be here, now, safe, letting go. The same hills, the same instruments, the same logbook, night after night. Someone is watching. You can sleep. The watch continues. Everything is well. Rest now. The tower stands. The stars turn. The forest is quiet. Sleep.